Presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are Kansas City.
Royals baseball comes to you from Houston, where the Royals have completely turned this road trip around, and with a win today could sweep the Astros. Hi everyone, welcome back to the ballpark with Rex Hubler. I'm Ryan Lefevre. In Minnesota, the Royals' trouble was the 7th inning. They couldn't get anybody out in the 7th. Minnesota was piling up the runs. And now the Astros can't get the Royals out in the 8th inning.
Yee-haw! What goes around comes around in this game, Rhino. And I talked about it before a few games ago. Everything's contagious. And it all started with their leader, Alex Gordon. In the first game here, he delivered, knocked in a pair. Last night he said, you know what, guys? Jump on. I'm driving the bus, and there's some rare emotion, too. I loved it. Haas, oh, man, I think the catcher McCann had to go back to the dugout and get some earplugs. Salvi followed up. It just got loud, and look at the numbers. They don't lie.
3 home runs last night. The Royals have hit 7 home runs in 5 games, but we'll focus on Salvador Perez, who for the first time in his career has homered in 3 consecutive games. City is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors, official sporting goods retailer of the Kansas City Royals.
Well, I told you earlier Alex Gordon was driving the bus, but for the Royals is driving the home run bus, it's Salvador Perez. And his balance, you'll notice on all these homers, is impeccable. Beautiful. Look at the front leg. Stiffens up, turns the hips. The hips turn before the hands come, but his eyes are telling him exactly what to do with those hands. Pilot to Bombardier. Catch the back underside. If you get the underside and get that backspin, you can leave anywhere, including Yellowstone.
Royals go for a sweep today. They have now won 6 of their last 7 games here in Houston, much to the delight of Royals fans. 2 years ago, the Royals have won 6 of their last 7 at Minute Maid Park. The lineups in the first pitch are coming up next. It is a beautiful day in Houston. It is a little warmer than that, but the sunshine is out. So who wouldn't want to be outside on a day like today? Well, not the Astros. The roof is closed. Joel will explain a little bit later. Royals offense scored 1 run on Monday, 1 run on Wednesday, 3 on Thursday, 5 Friday, 7 last night. So slowly but surely getting back to their standards. Mike Mustakis back in the starting lineup today. Brandon Moss back in there as the designated hitter, and Raul Mondesi back in at second base with a right-hander on the mound, and he can be a handful. Lance McCullers, who pitched on Tuesday against Seattle, gave up 1 run in 6 innings and struck out 7.
Better believe it, he could be a handful. The Royals have only scored 3 total runs off of him in 2 starts, 1 in the regular season and 1 in postseason, and 2 out of those 3 were homers by Salvi. Shocker. But look up in the zone. Marwin Gonzalez, man after my own heart. He can play anywhere. Of course, he's got a lot better bat than I have. But look, this guy can play. He's very valuable. So far, he's been one of the better offensive forces on the team. He's got come up with a couple big hits.
There's the crew chief, Larry Vanover, 25 years as a big league umpire. He's at second base. Chad Fairchild will call the balls and strikes. Dave Rackley at first. Alfonso Marquez will be at third. Royals trying to get back home at 500 before the home opener tomorrow against the A's. The Astros overshift on Alex Gordon, and he gets a fastball in the first pitch, and Nori Aoki waiting in left field. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Boy, good try there. He wanted to ambush it, just missed it. You want to know what he throws? He throws a lot of good pitches. He's got great stuff. He's strong. He's got some good movement on his fastball, curve, changeup. He's mainly a fastball, curveball guy, predominantly curves. You see that average, no one's hitting it. It's a big breaker, and he'll go to that if any runners get on base, especially in scoring position. Fastball, he'll go 90 to 95. The average is about 93.
There's the curveball and a shot right off of Altuve's glove. So that curveball stayed up. And Mike Mustakis has now hit safely in all 6 games this year.
Gotta love that. Especially anything Altuve gets his glove on usually results in an out. Moose right on it. Oh, breaking ball that he tried to backdoor it, and Moose was right on it. He gets under that. That's 2 good swings early in the count by Royals. But just missed homers, really. Want to get him early. First 50 pitches, the league last year hit .313 off of it. And 5 home runs allowed.
Kane jumps on the first pitch fastball. Bregman to second. That's all the Astros will get. So Mustakis is out, 2 down.
Early hacking.
McCullers is 23 years old. Our Academy Sports and Outdoors leaderboard, and getting back to that curveball, last year he threw a higher percentage of curveballs than anybody else in the major leagues. Nate Carnes, who's pitching for the Royals today, is also on that list. A lot of curveballs, a lot of strikeouts, and when he's on, a lot of ground balls.
You know, every single day we watch baseball, and it's a game that's got to be played every day because it's so hard. In the law of average, it takes 162 games to figure out who the best team is. But every pitcher has a fastball, changeup, curveball, slider. Some have split fingers, some will throw cutters, but mainly the same. But like human beings, everyone's different, and different arm angles bring different rotations, different type of breaks. So really, it's different every game. Even though it's the same repertoire. Some guys throw harder curves, some guys throw softer curves. Fastballs, we witnessed Vargas, who didn't throw many over 90, and Keuchel yesterday, who rarely hit 90, pitched effectively, didn't have to be overpowering with their pitches. So it's all about deception, change of speed and location.
One and 2 on Hosmer. Hosmer had a 2-run home run in the Royals' 6-run 8th inning last night. That was his first ever regular season home run against the Astros. That is a fair ball and an out. So the Royals get a hit. They leave a man on, and Nate Carnes will make his Royals debut as a starter when we come back. Are 3-3. They have a very dangerous offense, which is not firing on all cylinders yet, averaging just 2.7 runs per game. And like the Royals did in Minnesota, the Astros have struggled this year hitting with runners in scoring position, batting 147 in that category. And they've had a bad time with Nate Carnes. Here are his numbers last year with Seattle, mostly as a starter. He missed the final 2 months of that season with a lower back strain. So he's making his first start since last June.
Sure looked good this spring. Seemed like every game we televised on Fox Sports Kansas City that he was on, he was the starting pitcher. We saw him develop that changeup that Dave Island believed he could use. And
first pitch fastball and into the bullpen. Both teams looking for a first pitch fastball in the first inning. Springer's results in a leadoff home run.
Barely got the word out of my mouth before he went deep. Changeup. That's going to be his pitch today. He's got to rely on the changeup, change speeds, keep him off balance, or they're going to do this to him. They're looking for that. Beautiful swing, too. He let the ball travel deep, went with it. Ball was elevated on the outer half. Nice. Whenever you can get the first pitch of the game, 1-0, that's a beautiful thing.
Ball 1-2, Alex Bregman. Mondesi was playing up the middle, and he had a tough hop to deal with, showing off his reflexes and soft hands. One away.
Let's show you our forward around the horn defense. We're going to highlight Alcides Escobar, 177 straight start. How about that? This guy, he's an Iron Man. One of the reasons he loves to play. Absolutely expects to play, loves to play. And I can tell you that these guys come to the ballpark some days that aren't feeling really well. It'd be easy for a guy mentally to let down and say, you know what, I'm gonna ask for the day off. Never. He's strong physically, but he's tougher mentally. Much tougher. He talks himself into play. No matter what, I'm playing. And believe me, mornings you wake up and you're going, oh, how am I going to do it today? And sometimes you'll talk yourself out of it the minute you wake up.
And right to Escobar on cue. High throw.
Looked like when it left his hand, he might have airmailed it, but Haas sure is nice to have a tall first baseman.
29-year-old Nate Carnes coming over in a trade with the Seattle Mariners. And like McCullers, likes to throw his curveball.
Sure does. Now, look, those secondary pitches are going to come in handy for him, especially the changeup. His changeup, you can see he's not used very much, but that's in the past. Hopefully now as a starter in a Royals uniform, he'll use that at least 20% of the time. He's got to be able to mix that in. And it's a good one. Has a little fade into the righties and away to the lefties. You see the eye black that this young man wears? That's good in this ballpark. Even the glare that comes off the buildings outside of it, you got to have that. But what's different is that he brings the eye black down his cheek and brings it down. That's style points. That's part of the different flair the young player brings today in the game.
How many style points is that right there? Is that a 4 or is that a 7?
It depends on whose scale.
3 balls, no strikes.
Old school will say, really? And then young school is like, hey, look, I have personality. That's me. So I'm going to welcome the new personality into the game. As the game evolves, we have to evolve with it.
3-1 on Correa. Was it Bryce Harper on the cover of Sports Illustrated when he was in high school? And had that war paint on his face.
I remember in my daughter's bedroom, she had that poster, and she loved him, and largely because of his style and the fact, wow, you know what? He's a new, young, good-looking guy. And I was like, oh, really? My daughter, she was young. She was younger than Bryce, but sure enough,
he's backed it up.
Yeah, and she had a chance to meet him when he came to the K for the first time.
So the moral of the story is they're doing it for the girls.
Well, it's possible, but maybe Bryce does his hair more for the girls. He's got some kind of hair.
3-2 on Correa. Brian McCann is on deck.
He's looking to swing, mixing a secondary pitch on him. Nope. Try to get it by him. This early in the game, these guys got egos. Carnes is saying, you know what? I can beat you on my fastball.
And he has been. I mean, Correa's spraying everything off to the right side.
But you have him in swing mode. Pull the string on him. Strike him out.
Secondary pitch, and it falls in front of Alex Gordon.
He did. He threw him the off speed, but he left it up. Stays up like that, hitter can read it pretty easily. Alex playing on the warning track, no chance. Top spin liner. Looper. It wasn't really a liner.
Brian McCann started last night, and on the first pitch that he saw from Danny Duffy in the third inning, hit a home run to right field. Escobar over on the right side of second base with Mondesi out in shallow right. Fastball is low.
Whenever you hit a pitcher's first pitch for a homer like that, that not only does it help your team and gives you some confidence, the pitcher now is going to go, wow, what am I going to do? And even then, even going into the next day or the next at bat, not going to give him that pitch again. So you can actually, the hitter can get an advantage by doing that.
2-0 on McCann.
And you can go to the plate. You can go up to the plate and say he's not going to throw that to me. And sure enough, you're right almost 80% of the time. 90%.
George Springer swung at the first pitch from Carnes in this inning and homered to right center field. After a couple of ground outs, Correa singled to left, and now 2-0 on McCann. Ripped into right field. Correa is going to go to third, and he's out. The Astros may challenge. That ball was hit so hard. Correa, of course, you never want to make the last out at third base, but that ball was hit so hard it got to Paulo Orlando almost immediately. And the Astros are not going to challenge.
Eski has one of the best relay throws in the game today, as any relay guy. He'll relay throw from left field, right field, center field, and even the shallow shortstop. Accurate. He was off the base. Out. Blocked him out.
Sunny day, we hear. 81 degrees outside of Minute Maid Park. What gives, Joel Goldberg?
Yeah, I would have thought the roof would be open. I think this is maybe one of the best parks in all of baseball when the roof is open. When it's closed, still nice, not quite the same. They only have it open about 12 times a year, but talking to the folks here, decision made before the game, it'll stay closed all game. There's no rain. Said it was going to get up to the mid-80s, 85, 86 at least for the heat index. I think people like the cooler conditions, so they keep it closed. We always wonder for a park like this, what's the difference in home runs? This is a home run hitter's park, and had Stats Inc. look it up and do some research for us, guys. It's almost negligible. 2.22 home runs per game versus 2.34 closed or open. So not much of a difference. Maybe ball travels a little bit better when the roof is open, but not much. Guess it's a matter of preference as far as what you want to do in the seats.
Well, I got it. I don't care what the roof is doing here. That is off the glass in left center field, and Salvador Perez leads the major leagues with 4 home runs.
Man, his bat is quick. 4th straight home run.
Well, you said it, Hud. If the Royals are going to score off McCullers, it's probably going to have something to do with a Salvador Perez home run. And he's done it again.
Oh, I'm telling you. Joel, we still have you?
Yeah, and Ryan, remember back in, was it Anaheim, that fan that was taunting you back in that postgame show?
Baltimore.
Or Baltimore was Baltimore. I had one guy that said something similar about Royals stink about 10 seconds before the homer, and channeling my best Hud, I turned around and tried to give him a high five.
Yeah, good for you. Did you show him your ring?
Oh, it's there, yeah.
1 strike on Brandon Moss. 1-1. Man, he is some kind of locked in, isn't he?
You better believe it. And we showed you at the beginning of the show, if you watched the beginning, the 3 home runs that he hit, all were almost identical. And I guarantee you that 4th one, perfect. Great balance.
Colors to the bag, so both teams have home runs to lead off an inning, and we're tied at 1.
Okay, takes his hands back, leg cock, but not a very high leg lift. But the same thing, great head position, stiff front leg, and look at it. He knew on contact as that ball almost left Minute Maid Park. Almost hit it to Joel. Liked how he just looked at the bat, you know, didn't flip his bat and say, look at me, how great am I? He just kind of looked like, yeah, been there, done it, trots the bases. That's a beautiful feel.
It's his 3rd home run against McCullers. 2 of those in the regular season, 1 in the postseason. And now he's homered in 4 consecutive games. He had never homered in 3 consecutive games before last night, and now 4 in a row.
5 batters has faced McCullers. 2 of them, Mustakis and Salvi, both impressive bat speed, or hit speed, exit velocity. Moose's was 110 on his line shot off Altuve's glove, and Salvi's homer was 109. That means squared up, solid contact, round ball, round bat.
There's that hard breaking ball. McCullers strikes out his first. 2 down in the 2nd inning. Our Kubota power stats for today. Major league teams that have hit at least 7 home runs and have stolen at least 5 bases. There are only 3, and the Royals are the only team in the American League. Two down to Escobar. Escobar got that big rally started in the 8th inning last night with a leadoff walk. And remember, he was down in the count 0-2. And the Royals would go on to score 6 in the inning. 1 ball, 1 strike. 1-2. Foul tip and a strikeout. So McCullers gets a ground out and 2 strikeouts after the home run. And Salvador Perez does it again. A home run in 4 consecutive games.
Oh, sizzling hot.
Seven-foot home run to tie the game at 1. And now Nate Carnes back to work. Kia puts us in the driver's seat. Nate Carnes has been very good against the Houston Astros. He hasn't seen a lot of them. 6 games, 3 starts, but in particular as a starting pitcher before today, 19 in the 3rd innings. He had only allowed 2 earned runs. That's a 0.93 ERA, and the Astros are hitting under 200 against him. They did get 3 hits and a run in the 1st inning today.
He'd like to establish the fastball, but he needs to be careful with the location of it. This Houston Astros team has not come out, and the Royals don't want to see him come out until they leave this afternoon. They can go to Seattle and break. That's a nice push single there, and maybe a double.
Gaddis is going to dig for 2. Alex's throw is there. Out at second base.
Beautiful throw. Like I said, while he was going to first, that's a nice looking single. Maybe a double. I don't know. Alex plays that corner as well as anyone.
Gaddis is not moving, so he's convinced that he is safe at second base.
Ball was scalded. 1 hop, 2 hops off the wall. Alex, bare hands, shuffles the feet right over the top. Ball stays straight as a string. Man, I don't know. I mean, Vanover's sitting right there, the home plate. I mean, the second base umpire. Look at it. Did he pull the leg back? Got him on the hind there. That's right. Got him on the wallet. What a throw. You know, that's what Carnes said in Joel's interview today in the pregame show. I'm going to try to pitch to contact and let the defense play. It's only his 75th career assist. Can you believe that?
Only.
Yeah, that's amazing. And little did they know.
And his first full season was 2011. He didn't go to the outfield until 2010. So you're not talking about a guy who's played 8 or 9 years in the outfield.
Yep.
It's the most in the major leagues for any outfielder since he became a full-time outfielder.
So if there's any young people that are in professional or not, or any kind of sport, you need to know that your attitude will determine your outcome. When Dayton Moore called Alex Gordon in and sent him back to Omaha to learn how to play the outfield, that was humbling. He was a big leaguer for 2 or 3 years, and it was very humbling for him. And there's some players that are going to stand up in that situation and go, really, I haven't proved anything in the minors. Or there's other guys that it'll wilt and maybe not perform. And Alex said, yes, I'll go. All right, if it's good for the team, that's what I'll do. And that right there told Dayton that he was going to be a success. And he went down there. Attitude is everything. Learned it. Now look at it. He's one of the world's greatest outfielders.
Three and 2 on Josh Reddick. Royals already have 2 outfield assists today. Paulo Orlando, with the help of Alcides Escobar, threw out Correa at third for the final out of the first.
I'd like to see him bring the changeup in. There's nothing wrong with that. It's not going to hurt his ego. Just get guys out. But you got to be careful with some of these guys who are dead red fastball hitters.
Wide open on the left side. There was a fastball. Reddick's on with 1 out. Speaking of Alex, you can cheer him on Thursdays in his fan section, Gordo Nation. For only $35, you get a seat in left field, a limited edition Charlie Hustle brand t-shirt, and an Alex Gordon big head. For tickets, Royals.com/theme tickets. And the first one is this upcoming Thursday against the Angels. Runner at first with 1 out to the switch hitter Marwin Gonzalez. Fastball at the knees. Gonzalez thought it was low. Looks back into his dugout for support. You brought up the changeup, Hud. And Carnes has thrown 26 pitches, and we'll see what the game plan is. He might use that later in the game, but the games that you and I broadcast of his in Arizona, he threw the changeup a lot and very effectively.
Right. That's why I was expecting to see him use it a little bit more. See, the curve is his most comfortable off-speed pitch. Maybe it just might take him some time to break in and use it. And you know what? The hitters will tell you. If they're making solid contact on your other pitches, they'll have to go to it.
Breaking ball down again. 2 balls, 1 strike. Gonzalez has driven in a pair in this series. Been with the Astros for a long time now. He is one of the few guys that go back to the darkest of days here. And the Astros in 2011, 2012, and 2013 averaged 106 losses. The worst of which was 2013. So just 4 years ago, this Astros organization lost 111 games. And only 3 guys remain from those teams: Gonzalez, Jose Altuve, and Dallas Keuchel. Again, got the low strike. 2-2.
Well, Gonzalez has gotten better and better every year. He's trying to break the utility mold that they've given him. It's really may never happen because of his own ability. He's a good athlete. He could play in those different spots, and you just can't find many guys that can do that. Managers love players like him.
And he's a switch hitter.
On top of it,
I mean, he's a Swiss Army knife.
Exactly. And he's, you know, just because he may not play the same position every day doesn't mean he can't be an everyday player. And A.J. Hinch said, look, he's an everyday player, he just doesn't play the same position. I'm going to move him around. Winning record. Whenever you have a winning record as a pitcher, a manager, that's saying something in this game. It's a 500 game.
Keep an eye on Reddick over at first base. He is running. And Gonzalez strikes out. Throw to second is a little late. Eskeep thinks that Gonzalez, or Reddick rather, came off the bag. He points to the Royals dugout. So at the moment, 2 outs.
Reddick with a great jump. And Salvi wasn't a bad throw. Now, if it's down on the bag, it's the only way they'd get him. He beat the throw. That's it. It was all on the jump. Now, did he come off the base? That's the only thing.
It looked like it right there. Or did he? Ned wants to challenge.
Okay. Nowadays, this season, the minute there's a play that's made out there, as we're watching the field from up here in the broadcast booth, I look down immediately and I see the bench coach of each team sprint to the phone because they got 30 seconds. So it's a mad quick dash. Even if the manager doesn't want the replay, let's see this again here. It's hard, man. You know what? You really got to control your momentum nowadays. There used to be a lot of times before replay that a player would do a little pop-up slide like that, come off the bench, they would tag you, and you would back on. You'd look at the umpire and go, "Hey, look, I got him. He was off the base." Now with replay, you can't get away with that.
And you could tell Reddick knew that he was in trouble because he started to reach back with his hand,
which is a sign
right hand.
It's a showing of guilt, in a sense. You're telling the umpire that you might be off the base. There's a lot of acting in this game of baseball. If you're a good actor, at least before replay.
Right. I was going to say that
now
the high definition cameras
nowadays,
cut right through the acting.
Can't get away with it. I remember, you know, there's sometimes outfielders that make a trap play coming in, little one-hopper bouncing off the turf, and you could pick it in the same motion, and it looks like you caught it, and you hold the ball up to the umpire, and he would out.
He's out.
There you go. Thank you.
Bill Duplessis, who was the best in the major leagues last year, the Royals replay coordinator. The Royals were right at about 70% in 2016. That was the best in Major League Baseball. And thanks to the Royals' arms in the first 2 innings, the Astros have made 3 outs on the bases. Ends the bottom of the second inning, and with a McDouble play, McDouble sandwiches are only $1 tomorrow. You can enjoy the McDouble play all season long.
It's a beautiful thing to strike him out, throw him out, throw him out. You know, Escobar, Gordon, Kane, Moose, Haas, all of them, Salvi, and now Mondesi. All top-notch defenders will make a difference in the win column for your team. We're witnessing it right now, and I love defense. And I know our Royals fans have been accustomed to fantastic defensive plays, and that's one of the reasons why we have the best ratings in the country. They all watch this team, and they should.
And the Astros, they started the season 3-0, and they lost to Seattle. Now they've lost their first two to the Royals. I mean, those are three momentum killers early in the game. The out at third, Alex throwing out a runner at second, the strikeout throw out double play. 2-2 on Mondesi.
That's, you know, they covered it extensively in the pregame show. That's why I listen to every one of Joel and Monty's pregame shows. It's informative, and we learn something in there. They usually tell the truth.
Mondesi down on strikes, and that's 3 straight strikeouts for McCullers, all with his curveball. Springer is homered for Houston. Salvador Perez is homered again for the Royals. Alex swung at the first pitch of the game and flied out to left field in the first inning.
Carnes talked about the defense. And if you're a pitcher and you take that mentality out there, I don't have to do it myself. Some guys think they got to do it themselves and blow them away, and they get in trouble. The guy with the pitch to contact mentality is successful.
He's been ahead all day. Yeah. Fair ball. Alex going to run on Aoki. Well, he lives by one sword, but he just got cut by the other one.
Yeah, and no, even though the infield was swung over to pull and he went against the shift, the outfield was not. Look at him, they're playing the opposite field. Aoki was right there on the play. Alex thought it probably was a double when it left the bat because he saw that there was nobody there. But when he made his big turn, he was already committed. He said, uh-oh. I could tell there was a slight hesitation when he saw Nori with the ball. And he was out by a mile. Most of the time, a hitter, when he steps into the box, will check the infield defense. Rarely do they check the outfield defense. You'll look, sometimes you'll look out there, but not very often.
Two 2-0 on Mustakis, who singled in the first inning and has hit safely in the Royals' first 6 games. He only had one shot at it last night as a pinch hitter and singled in that 6-run 8th inning.
Moose is the most comfortable. Look at Alex is explaining to the guys, hey, look, you know, I know he had me by a mile. Play was right there. Moose is the hottest and the most calm. He's not jumping. He's very quiet. That's a term that's used for a hitter that's not jumping around in the box, jumping at the pitcher. Look at see that little breath he took, little exhale. Keeps the muscles relaxed. And because everything's staying still, he's trusting those hands to come through that zone, and he's hitting it where it's pitched. 3-2. Got to be looking heater here. Adjust to another pitch. Didn't get it.
Reddick makes a play in right field. Aoki throws out Alex Gordon for out at second base. He will lead off the bottom of the 3rd. Kansas City is brought to you by the Missouri Lottery. Every ticket played gives back to Missouri schools, so play it forward with the Missouri Lottery. By Menards, save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs. And by Ford, going further so you can. Tied at 1 to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Nori Aoki bats 9th and will lead off against Nate Carnes.
Be
3 in this series.
Be ready to hit. We've been seeing a lot of guys swinging at that first pitch. And that's good. You know why? Because strike 1 is the most important pitch a pitcher has out of all of his pitches. You want to get ahead of that hitter so then he can get him down on the count and then get him to swing at his pitches, to the ones that he wants to throw off the plate. Cat and mouse game.
Carnes allowed a home run today on his first pitch to George Springer. The Astros also have 4 singles in the first 2 innings. Two and 2 on Nori.
I asked Nori yesterday if he ever wears his 2014 American League Championship ring. Oh no. Huh? You live in Japan, you go back home and you don't wear that ring? No. Shame on you, I told him.
Did you say why?
No, we were having, he still has a difficult time with the English language, so I didn't have an interpreter. He understands me, but it's hard sometimes for English. Although in Japan, English is everyone's secondary language. They all know it. They don't necessarily speak it, but they all understand it. Good guy. He was hanging around, you know, it was around stretch time over there on the Royal side, just saying hi to some of his friends, which is okay before the game. Although some managers will, in the old school, would say, hey, look, you get no more than 3 minutes with the guy. Okay, that's it. 3 minutes. How you doing? How's the family? Tell me, and that's it. Any longer than that, I'm gonna take your money. I'm gonna fine you. I don't like fraternizing. That was in the old school. And when your boss tells you that, all your other teammates, they're watching you and they've got you on the clock and they'll hold you accountable. But now it's not like that. It's friendlier game. And wouldn't you know, the commissioner's right-hand man, Joe Torre, that's where I learned a lot of that from. Joe is an old school manager and believes in that. That's why I think it makes the modern game so good to have an old school guy like Joe in there to kind of mix it up a little bit. You know, bring some of the old, keep some of the old school, and then the new commissioner, Rob Manfred, to be able to, he's bringing in some of the new school.
First strikeout for Carnes, so he gets Springer after Springer homered in the first inning. 2 down. Second strikeout.
Good hammer. It's not quite at 12-6 rotation straight down, but still extremely effective because of the spin rate. Got a lot of spin on there, and it has a quick break to it.
Alex Bregman with 2 outs. Opening ball stayed up. Bregman grounded sharply to Mondesi in the first inning. One and one.
Be interesting to see how long Bregman can stay in the lineup. It's very difficult for a young player when they give you the starting job to take it and run with it in this game. They'll find your weaknesses. It may take them a while. Like Tyler White, was that the guy's name last year?
He got off to that incredible start.
Oh, he was hitting 400 for the whole first month of April. But they found him out. They found some holes in his swing, and they exposed him.
Mustakis throws out Bregman, and that's Karn's first 1-2-3 inning. Kane will lead off, and a good man to lead off, according to our Toyota League leaders. Lorenzo leads the major leagues with 7 walks, in front of, among others, Jason Castro, who had all those walks against the Royals in the first series of the year. Former Astro Jason Castro. Kane, Hosmer, and Perez against McCullers. Inside for ball 1. One ball, 1 strike. McCullers has struck out 3, all with his curveball, which we showed you he throws a lot, more than any other starter in the major leagues last year.
He was raised by a big league dad who was a former major league pitcher, so he has excellent competitiveness. He's learned how to compete at a young age.
Lance McCullers Sr., who played parts of 7 years in the big leagues. Lance Jr. was the Astros' first-round pick in 2012 out of high school in Florida. He was the Florida High School Player of the Year. Late swing on a fastball at 97. Boy, how about that for a challenge? You're worried about his curveball. You got to stay back because of the curve, and then he zips 97 up there.
And that's what Lorenzo was looking for. You know, it's hard to go up there. That ball was in the catcher's glove when he swung. You know, when you take a swing like that, you go back to the dugout. Some of your guys will laugh, and they'll, you know, you look at them and they'll try to cover their mouth. Hey, you know, he was looking for a breaking ball and he got the heater. It's better, and it's hard to do, but it's better to look for the fastball and then adjust to the breaking ball. So much easier up here in the booth.
Hard hit, Normally that's through the hole on the left side, but because of the shift, the third baseman Bregman is right there. Hosmer's 0 for 2. And now Salvador Perez, who has homered in 4 consecutive games, which leads us to our sprint trivia question for today. Who holds the Royals record for home runs in consecutive games? Strike to Salvi.
That's interesting. Al Brock is on the trip, so he usually likes to make up a trivia question with somebody in the house. I'm going to say Beltran.
Gonzalez makes the play, and a quick inning from the Colors in the top of the 4th. Middle of the order coming up for the Astros against Nate Carnes. And if you're looking for a Royal value, try Family Fun Day Sundays at Kauffman Stadium, presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Before the game, kids enjoy face painters and activities at the Outfield Experience, plus player autographs at Signature Sundays right on top of the Royals dugout. After the game, kids 14 and under can run the bases like the Royals in the Kansas City Zoo Fun Run. So we hope to see you next Sunday, a week from today, with the Angels in town.
Not as many Royals fans in today's game. I can just see like the lack of blue, and then a lot of them are driving home so they can be in the home opener tomorrow.
Good curveball for a strike to Altuve. Altuve, Correa, and McCann. Jose Altuve rounded out to short first time up, and it's just 4 for 26.
Good pitch selections here. 2 off-speed pitches to start. Altuve, he wants to get started in the worst way, and that fastball is the one to get a hitter on track.
Back to Carnes. And Jose Altuve now has 27 at-bats this year. He does not have an extra base hit. He does not have a run scored. He does not have an RBI.
And had Carnes missed that, Mondesi was playing him to pull right over the base. He would have been out anyway. Okay, check it out now. The first 2 pitches were breakers. 1, 2, and let's see what he goes with here. 3. Thank you. There you go. And one of the things that Dave Island was impressed with Carnes about is the fact that he's just what you want in a starting pitcher. And when he told me that, I said, oh, well, what is that? I want a big guy. He's 6'2", 220, 225, 6'3". He's durable. and he's a good athlete. He can field his position.
Fastball at 93, 1-1 on Correa.
He looks good. He looks comfortable. He looks confident. And that is a lot to a hitter. They call that mound presence. What is the hitter looking for? What's the pitcher showing you without saying a word? Ooh.
Off of Chad Fairchild's mask.
Couple former Royals pitchers that I faced in my time had tremendous mound presence, Rhino. And minute, before I even got in the box, I'd looking at them at the mound, heavy breathing, spit, snot flying out of their nose. Kevin Apier and David Cone. Those two guys. Ed Woodson was another one facing him. That's severe mound presence. When he's hyperventilating out there and staring you down, and he's got control of that fastball. That hurt. Got him on the
Was it a swing?
No. I think it clipped him in the forearm.
Pretty close to swinging. So 1 on, 1 out. Let's go to Joel.
Well, guys, earlier in the week, Brian McCann had a special moment. He got to meet an 11-year-old kid named Landis Sims, who was a Yankees fan back when he was with the Yankees. And then they were FaceTiming the other day, and young Landis, who's a baseball player, a quadruple amputee, had asked Brian McCann if he'd homer for him, and McCann said, yep, I'll do it. He homered. How special is that? He said he was thinking about it as he was rounding the bases. I talked to him. He said, look, I've promised plenty of kids before that I'd homer. It never worked out before. This time it did. And Landis, who's a Yankees fan, not an Astros fan, but Kevin Millar of MLB Network had set them up to FaceTime with each other. So he did that. And Brian telling me a very, very super special moment. Chance to make a difference to a young kid who loves baseball. Hud, you talk about it all the time. Just the simplest gestures. It's all it takes. In this case, it was the big home run.
Oh, I saw that on Intentional Talk. I'm a fan of Millar's. And Rose's.
Make sure you're politically correct with that one.
Well, me and Chris Rose did some work on the Best Darn Sports Show when it was on in LA before, so I'm a fan of his. But anyway, that's very special. What you can do for the youth, especially someone who's has a disability like that, to encourage, and then to come through, it's very hard to do, to be able to promise a homer.
Well, and you wonder if it wasn't inspired from something beyond us when he does not hit opposite field home runs, and he got him into the Crawford boxes. That's not a home run anywhere else in the world but here.
247 total career home runs for this catcher here, young guy. Well, I say he's young. He's in his 12th season in the big leagues. But Karn's got him on a heater, snuck one by him.
It's Karn's third. We look at our Missouri Lottery Fox tracks. Good spot. So Karns has really settled in the last 2 innings. Got hit around the first 2. He gave up the home run on his first pitch. 2 more singles in that first inning. 2 more singles in the second inning. And now he's retired 6 of the last 7. Evan Gattis takes low. Gattis hit one up the left field line and was on his way to second when Alex Gordon gunned him down. So I'll be thinking about throwing down to first.
Just love how he shuffled his feet. Barehanded it. He didn't go with a glove, and he picks it up with his glove. Now he's got to reach in with his bare hand. That takes time. Barehanded it and then shuffled those feet all in the same motion when he picked up the ball. That eliminates any extra time that it takes to get that guy.
Opening umpire Chad Fairchild ruled that was a swing, so he didn't need any help. 2-1. Taking charge with Kane and Mondesi out there. And since giving up the home run on his first pitch, Carnes has been scoreless the last 3. Chevy Silverado, the most dependable, longest lasting, full-size pickup on the road. Find yours at your local Mid-America Chevy dealer. By Panera Bread, Panera caters for every group, every size, every meal. And by Academy Sports and Outdoors, official sporting goods retailer of the Kansas City Royals. Great day to be inside. Brandon Moss takes outside, ball 1.
Well, like Joe said, and he said it very nicely, that most people here in Houston like the air conditioning because it's so hot.
Except for today.
Yeah. I think it has something to do with the beatdown the Royals put on his team for the first 2 games with it open. That
or
personally.
maybe the starting pitcher prefers to pitch with the roof closed.
Believe me, upstairs management doesn't always control that. It's controlled sometimes by the manager and some of the players too. Have a preference.
Well, Joel was saying that if the heat index is under 88, we'll open it up. I mean, heat index under 88. I mean, we'll take a heat index 88 degrees in Kansas City every day in the summer.
Right.
Moss is down on strikes. That's 5 strikeouts for McCullers. All right, let's answer our sprint trivia question. Who holds the Royals record for home runs in consecutive games? Salvi would tie the record if he homers during the home opener tomorrow, and he would be tying, and I believe I saw it, Mike Sweeney, 5 in 2002.
It's pretty good.
About that time, do some exhaustive research here, Michael had a pretty impressive consecutive RBI streak as well. 0-1 on Paulo, and that got him on the foot. I want to say Michael went like 13 consecutive games with an RBI or something like that.
No, Salvi's locked in. It's all of them, if I'm not mistaken, are all on fastballs.
One on, one out. Paulo's running, and that ball's into center field. Paulo makes the turn, and he will glide into third base easily. So first and third with one out.
Oh, timely call there. That was nice. Getting toward the bottom of the order. Send him. You got a guy who swings at everything. Escobar, except last night when he let off that big eighth inning. Escobar took the walk, but now he's hacking. Paulo looking in all the way. Can't throw him out of third base on that. Are you kidding me? Look at that lean he's got. Mondesi want to make something happen here. Now, with one out, you wouldn't expect a bunt, but you know, he's so good, he could bunt it to the second baseman or shortstop. Just put it in play, would get the run home. You're not going to double him up.
That's what he's thinking. Bunt is down. And safe at the plate.
Boy, excellent try.
They're going to say that Mondesi was out. Boy, that would have been some kind of double play. Heads up by Marwin Gonzalez. And you were talking about what a player he's turned into and feel for the game that he has. The Royals take the lead 2-1, but that was still an impressive effort by Gonzalez.
Better believe it was, but Mondesi, he knows what's going on. I mean, before he even squared around, Gonzalez was there, and there's nothing much he could do with that. Now, the little backhand feed he gave McCann was in a good spot, but to tag him and to flip that, only thing he could have done better is that McCann would have been back a little bit with his placement. He was too far in front of the plate to get the runner. Look how far, look where he is. He catches his ball in front of the plate. Sometimes you got to give way a little bit, come up that first base line if you're a catcher. But still, let's not be critical. That was a nice play. And Mondesi, give him credit.
Give him a lot of credit. That recognizing the situation, recognizing the type of pitcher that he's facing. And you know McCullers was going to give him nothing but breaking balls and go for the strikeout. So it's a sacrifice, 3 unassisted. Mondesi gets an RBI. Escobar goes to second.
Love the Royals small ball. They can do it all. Now with their added power this year, and Moss hasn't even gotten a hit yet. He might be the most prolific home run hitter in the lineup.
Alex flied to left in the first inning, singled to left in the third, tried to stretch it into a double, and was thrown out by Nori Aoki. Left side of the infield is wide open if Alex wants to go in that direction again. Only one fielder over on the left side. And how big and how bright is this green light?
It is very bright. Nothing wrong with a 3-0 take. He's got to do it 2 more times. I like the approach right now of Alex. Watch his front foot in his hands. Just a little. He's just got a little bit of tap in the front foot. He's relaxed, and that's when you make your most contact. Look at him bending. Watch it. See that front leg? Yeah, a little toe tap. It's like he's keeping rhythm to the music.
3-2.
Okay, now he went 3-0 fastball, 3-1 hook. What's he going to come with here?
Curveball.
Got to hook it. I don't think he's going to challenge it. That's his go-to pitch, especially with a runner in scoring position. Trust the hands like he's been doing.
Got the breaking ball, and Altuve throws him out. Royals take the lead with 1 out. Paulo Orlando gets hit on the foot. with a hit and run. Escobar gets Orlando to third. Mondesi with a bunt gets him home.
Great slide.
For the first time, our first T-shirt Tuesday is coming up April 18th against the Giants, and the first 10,000 fans through the gates receive this T-shirt featuring the Haas, courtesy of the Kansas City State Company. You can view all T-shirt Tuesday designs, and you can get tickets at Royals.com/T-shirt Tuesday. 2-0 on Josh Reddick. Bottom of the 5th inning. Lower third of the order is coming up. Reddick singled his first time. He'll be followed by Marwin Gonzalez and Nori Aoki. Three and 0. Four-pitch walk.
Where did that come from? He's had excellent command the whole game.
Nate has to shake that off. He takes a long walk behind the mound. He'll gather himself before pitching to Marwin Gonzalez. Barnes struck him out in the 2nd inning.
You know, that's rare for Carnes to leave the dirt area of the mound. We watched him closely in spring training, and he rarely even leaves the slab. He'll throw it, and he'll get right back up on that pad.
Stopped by Salvi, and now Carnes has missed with his first 5 pitches. Royals just took the lead in the top of the 5th on Mondesi's bunt to score Orlando from third. And now he's missed with 6 straight. Is looking down at third base coach Gary Pettis.
In game 1, before game 1, I was listening to A.J. Hinch, the manager of the Astros, pregame press conference, and he was well aware of the walks of the Royals pitching staff. So probably told those hitters in the meeting, be alive. Royals having some issues with their command coming into this series.
Salvi's going to slow things down and go out there and encourage Carnes.
He's probably saying, this is your game. Don't let it go. Just 65 pitches. With Aoki on deck, if he loses Gonzalez, likely to see a bunt.
Back-to-back 4-pitch walks. While they chat, we remind you, if you can't catch a game on TV, you can stream games live on your mobile device. Download the Fox Sports Go app, log in, and stream the Royals. Royals can also have a little chat about how they might defend against the bunt. If Nori puts one down, which would appear to be pretty likely. Nori only had one sacrifice bunt all year, and he's swinging and takes a strike.
Hey, Escobar, the shortstop, was running towards third base. Moose was going to crash if he did bunt to the third baseman. See, now they're communicating. Look at them. They're communicating out there with sign language and body language.
Not bunting. 1 ball, 1 strike. He had only 1 bunt last year with Seattle, sacrifice bunt. And the year before with San Francisco, 0.
A little bit surprised that Nori's not bunting. However, that would leave first base open and the possibility of with Springer coming up, you know, but still there's nobody out. I'm going to bunt him if I'm the skipper. There you go. Look at that.
Mondesi tags.
Nice.
Double play.
That's exactly why you bunt him.
Heads up play by Mondesi. That was the only shot he had at getting a double play. I don't think there was enough time to flip it to Escobar for a double play.
And that's why Mondesi had to be your second baseman. The game-changing ability he has is incredible. This guy is going to be one of the best players in baseball in a few years. He's already showing his skills on both sides of the ball. Now offensively, he's going to be the last to come. But when he's running bases and he's fielding out there, he can change the game.
So that's got to give Carnes a huge mental lift.
So the defense today behind Carnes will be the difference if they can hold on and win.
Change up to Springer, who homered on Carnes' first pitch today. And then in the 3rd inning, Carnes came back and struck him out.
Still a long way to go in this one.
You know, they might talk about how badly they want to pitch to Springer here. You pointed out that Bregman has been playing kind of tight. That's the hitter on deck.
Yeah, you know.
One and one. Home run is Springer's only hit of this series. 2 balls and 1 strike.
There are some times in a game, if you're a manager, you've got to be able to go by the book. You've got to at some particular point. That was an opportunity there that Norrie's a good bunter. He may only have one sacrifice bunt last year at all, but still, he has the ability to move the runners. And if you're a big leaguer and they can do the little things like Norrie's supposed to, you got to move the runners there and take your chances. You got to play the percentages of getting runs home. And it backfired on him. Especially a great defensive team like the Royals. Got a man there. Way to pick up Carnes.
Back-to-back 4-pitch walks. And the Astros come up with a 0, and Mustakis really helped the cause with this heads-up double play.
Sweet. I know you do. Paulo on the line, right to Escobar. On the fly, great relay, strong arm. Look at this. Beautiful. 75th career outfield assist. Got it. And Salvi, strike him out, throw him out. Escobar kept the tag on him. He's out. And then watch this. The latest and greatest play. Saved a run, maybe more. A huge inning that possibly could have gotten Carnes out of the inning. The defense picked him up. Way to go, fellas. Airtight.
And now Mustakis, Kane, and Hosmer in the 6th inning against McCullers. 1-1 on Mustakis, who is leading off our Sonic Slam inning. Our contestant is Sam Vogel from KCMO. If the Royals hit a home run out of the park in this inning, Sam wins $300. If the Royals hit a grand slam out of the park, Sam wins $25 grand from Sonic and the Royals.
Sam, don't leave your seat right now for this at bat. Because the moose is loose. Watching his body language at the plate tells me he's calm and confident.
His foot, and then out to McCullers.
Just very little movement. We talked about that in his first time up, but then as the pitch is on the way, he's just using his hands. He's got a good foundation. He's got a good solid base to his stance. He's comfortable, and that's good. He's not jumping. He's just trusting his hands.
There it is.
You got it.
Line drive, Sonic Slam. Good call, Hud.
Bam! There you go, Sam. Just like we've been watching on the Masters, you see those guys go out on that course, get their stance, be comfortable with them hands, and strike that ball. very similar, except this one's moving at a great velocity. Check it out. Okay, here's the pitch sequence here. He's going with a hard heater in. Moose spit on it. Didn't want it. Didn't want that either. He's staying hard on Moose. All right, let's see what else he's trying to feature Moose here. In the meantime, Moose hasn't changed a thing. Okay, breaking ball, fights it off. And another one here. Okay, hit that off his head. Now watch that. Don't throw it. He tried to hook again and left it up. Swung on, gone that quick.
0-2 on Kane. So Mustakis has 3 home runs this year.
You could just tell by looking at Moose in his first at-bat today how comfortable and relaxed he is. That's the key to hitting. And again, second ball in Moose's third at-bat here that he's hit one, hit speed 110. First line drive base hit off Altuve's glove. Solid contact, 110 hit speed. And then the dinger here in his third at bat, 110 left the yard. And remember, he just missed that one for a home run that he hit to Altuve that first inning. If he got onto that just a quarter of an inch more, it would have been you'd have a multi-home run game.
Two and 2 on Kane. He's 0 for 2 so far today. So Perez is homered, Mustakis is homered. In between, an RBI sacrifice bunt from Mondesi. Six strikeouts for McCullers. So a 2-run lead. And now Hosmer with 1 out. Eric has hit a little tap out in front of the plate. Thrown out by the catcher McCann and then grounded hard to the third baseman Bregman. Upstairs at 97.
Good stuff. Lance McCullers Jr. has.
That's up the left field line and down. Hosmer does not challenge Nori Aoki. So Hosmer has a 5-game hitting streak. And against the Astros, he's hit in 10 straight.
Nice job. He fought this one off. Inside heater. Stayed inside the ball. Went with it. And he was smart. After Nori made a nice play on Alex and threw him out by a mile, Haas says, I'll just put on the brakes because we've got some more thunder coming up behind me. What a beautiful thing it is to have Salvi hitting behind me. That means he's going to throw you strikes. Haas is going to get some good pitches to hit this year.
Rusty Kuntz right in his ear, talking about McCullers' move, what he might throw in certain counts.
There's another relaxed hitter. Look at Salvi resting the bat on his shoulder before he gets ready to hit. You know, in seasons past, watching Salvador mature as a big-time star player, he used to really load up his hips when the pitch was coming. He would wind up, almost like winding up, and then he would flail out at any pitch that came. Now he's much more controlled with his little load. He's very more controlled. It's little movement. You don't need a lot of movement. These guys are so strong. Let the pitcher provide the power. Let the velocity on the fastball help you with an easy swing. It can leave any ballpark.
Really trying to tie him up inside, and Salvi has the ability to guide the ball to the right side, and if he does that here, he has an automatic hit because there is nobody on the right side unless he hits it to second base umpire Larry Vanover.
You could fly the Goodyear blimp through the hole on that right side.
Again, everything inside and off the plate. 2-2.
I mean, Altuve, if he took a couple of crow hops, he could shake hands with shortstop Correa. But see, obviously they're pitching him in there, but if you miss, you're in trouble. He's red hot. He'll do it again. Better be careful.
Full count. You send Hosmer.
No. I'm going to wait. You got Moss. He's due. Even though he ain't got a hit this year, he's due for a batting average. Salvi, he's going to swing. He could swing and miss. Double play.
Not running. And he got the strikeout.
That's good to leave him home there.
7 for McCullers.
Now McCullers is might be tiring a little bit, but he comes through there with a breaker. Let's see if Moss can get a batting average now.
7 strikeouts, all swinging. 5 with his curveball. He had 7 strikeouts in his first start against Seattle on Tuesday. 6 of those were with his curveball. Way upstairs to Moss. He is grounded to first and struck out.
I asked Brandon what's the longest O for to start a season he's had in his career, and he said 1 for 15 a couple years ago. So he's due.
He is 0 for 10 to begin this year. 2 balls and 1 strike.
So having been through that before, you know how important experience is. He knows not to panic. Sometimes that first hit will come with a broken bat thing that will just crawl right down the left field line, or sometimes it can come in a 2-run bomb.
Didn't swing at a strike. 2-2.
A little bit anxious.
Got a strikeout. McCullers strikes out the side. He has 8. But before that, Mike Mustakis hits his 3rd home run of the year, and the Royals lead by 2. Hammered it. Sluggers Blue Crew, presented by Learning Quest 529 Education Savings Program. This year's membership includes a Blue Crew jersey, a flat bill cap, special edition earbuds, Royals eye black, 2 home game ticket vouchers, and more for just $30. And you can sign up right now at royals.com/Blue Crew. Nate Carnes has allowed 1 run, 5 hits in 5 innings. He has not allowed that run since his first pitch when George Springer homered. He's ahead of Alex Bregman, no balls, 2 strikes. Bregman has grounded out twice.
Bregman's choking up now. He's saying, you know what? He's not going to give me a fastball to hit. I'm going to have to just put something in play. Jammed him.
And Paulo is there. 1 out in the 6th. Barnes has thrown 77 pitches, so he's in good shape. Last inning, right after the Royals had taken a 2-1 lead, Carnes walked the first 2 hitters on 8 straight pitches. He walked Reddick and Gonzalez. So the Astros had 2 on, nobody out. But then Carnes got a ground ball and a flashy double play turned in by Mondesi. And then a fly out to left field, and that was the end of that. Travis Wood warms up in the Royals pen. 1-1 on Altuve. He's 0 for 2. Carnes has gotten a lot of help today from the Royals defense. Right side was wide open. That's where Altuve goes, and he's on with 1 out.
There you go. They hope this guy heats up in Seattle when he gets there tomorrow night. But there's a ball right up. That's exactly. When you get a hit to the opposite field, you're seeing the ball deep in the strike zone. That's the best way to get out of a slump. Go to the opposite field.
One on, 1 out to Correa.
Careful with your heaters with this guy. Carnes, quick feet. Good move to first.
Correa hit a little bloop single to left field in the 1st inning, and then he was hit by a pitch in the 4th.
Altuve, he'll run, and A.J. Hinch not keen on the hit and run because of the power. You got a lot of power. You don't want to hit and run and take the bat out of Correa's hand and expect him to hit a little bleeder to right field. This guy's got all kinds of power throughout their lineup. Hadn't shown up yet, but it's there.
Twice he's got him to chase breaking balls in the dirt.
Over anxious. Not seeing the ball out of the release point. Now after 2 breaking balls down the dirt, maybe you try to get him with a fastball up. If you do, you better be careful.
Right.
Okay. So maybe Salvi throws him another one of those down there, hoping he'll swing it. No, he's going to call for a fastball up.
Ooh, yep, that's dangerous.
0-2 right down the middle.
That old baseball saying, don't try to fool a fastball hitter with a fastball.
Oh, got away with one.
But it was a foul ball. So now what's Salvi going to do? late again. So he's got him thinking breaking ball, and maybe that explains why Correa swung at the first 2 pitches. Maybe he went up there looking for a breaking ball.
Game's so mental. It's unbelievable. That's why you try to eliminate the thinking.
Thought about it. 1-2.
Just like the tempo, like the body language, the mound presence that we're seeing from Carnes in his first start as a Royal. Impressive. Good stuff. Got a man there.
2 down. And Ned Yost pops out of the Royals dugout. Carnes is at 86 pitches. And Brian McCann, who has extreme home run power. And Ned is going to go to Travis Wood. Well, he competed.
He sure did. You're going to love what we saw from that man. Wow. Impressive. And good job by Ned to take the pressure off of him. Minute Maid Park, 3-1. Bottom of the 6th inning. Nate looked great. In his first start as a Royal, he showed exactly what Dave Island said. Everything you want in a starting pitcher. He's big, strong, athletic, feeling his position well, and also has the power and the stuff to get it by guys. But trusting his defense is something he said he would do, and why not? Since they're one of the world's best defending teams, got a double play when you need it. Ned said, great job. A handshake and a slap on the chest. That makes a player feel good when your skipper does that to you. Way to go, Nate.
Still liable for Jose Altuve at first base with 2 down. And Brian McCann at the plate. Altuve close. This is the first matchup between Travis Wood and Brian McCann. Chevy called to the bullpen. Travis Wood has appeared in 3 games, allowed 2 runs, 2 hits in 1 inning. And that goes back to opening day at Minnesota. He came in and had trouble throwing strikes, as everybody did in that entire Minnesota series. But he is tough on left-hand batters. This is right man, right spot.
87 to 92 with his heater. Nice. He's going to use both sides of the plate. Home plate umpire didn't give him that one. But he's going to work both sides of the plate with a cutter into righties, breakers away to lefties. Fastball, curve change, slider, cutter. He's got a step off move too. Ooh, be careful up there. Because McCann can. I mentioned his 247 career home runs. 69 of those was hit in the last 3 years with the Yankees. All the rest with the Braves.
2-1.
You see where he starts from the far, his left side of the rubber over there presents a greater angle to the lefty, the left-handed hitter. He's starting his pitches behind the left-handed hitter's back.
Popped up. Kane makes a play in center field, so Travis Wood gets the job done. He gets McCann, and at the end of 6, the Royals lead 3-1. Is brought to you by Thoroughbred Ford. Every day there's a great deal waiting for you at Thoroughbred Ford. And by T-Mobile. Only T-Mobile lets you stream, post, and share all things MLB. With T-Mobile One, unlimited data means unlimited baseball. Beautiful day. Sunshine, temperatures in the low 80s, and yet the roof is closed. But the Royals lead 3-1 going into the 7th inning. Fouled away by Paulo Orlando against Lance McCullers, who has now thrown 86 pitches. The Royals have home runs from Perez and Mustakis, both solo, and an RBI sacrifice bunt from Raul Mondesi. Paulo scored the run on that bunt. He was hit by a pitch with 1 out in the 5th inning. Went to third on a single from Escobar, which appeared to be a hit and run. And then Mondesi, with runners at first and third and 1 out, dropped down a bunt, got a sacrifice for it, and scored Paulo from third. 2-1.
Can't wait for Paulo to hit the gap. I want to see him run. Right here, left center field shot would be nice. What was it? His first 3 hits in his big league career were triples?
Triples. Paulo Tripolo.
That's right. I've never seen that before.
Nobody had.
Right.
First player in Major League history to do that. That is 9 strikeouts for McCullers, including 3 straight, and he struck out 4 of the last 5.
Got his hook working, and they knew it. But Paulo just a little bit pull happy this year so far. He's not staying inside the baseball like he was last year a little bit. Although he's doing a nice job. He's hanging in there. It's early.
Here's Escobar. Down and away, ball 1. Esky was a strikeout victim in the 2nd inning, and then his single set up the Royals' 2nd run in the 5th, getting Paulo Orlando to 3rd. Esky's not happy about that. Two and 1.
3 pitches and Esky hadn't swung. He's starting to settle in a little bit, isn't he? Yeah, he's starting to see the ball.
Well, you said in a spring training broadcast that Esky told you that he wanted to drive the ball more this year, and that you don't necessarily want him swinging for the fences, but if he's going to drive the ball, he's going to have to find good pitches to hit.
And the only way to do that is to hunt him out, be selective.
3-2. Ten strikeouts. So 2 down, and let's take a look at other scores. Brought to you by Panera Bread. Boston out in front of Detroit. Tigers are 3-1. Minnesota leads Chicago 2-0. Minnesota's 4-1. Texas and Oakland are in the 4th inning. We'll see the A's tomorrow at Kauffman Stadium, and Cleveland is taking on Arizona. Cleveland is 3-2. And now they're working in the Astros bullpen.
Yeah, we wouldn't expect to see the Colors go much further. And it's impressive, the strikeouts. But the objective is to win the game.
Mondesi, just saw him take a little peek at the right side of the infield. And there's the bunt. It was right on top of the plate, which makes it a fair ball. Not sure if Mondesi would have beaten that out anyway, but he stopped to look back, which made it much easier for McCann. Stretch time in Houston. And the Royals, hoping for a sweep, lead 3-1. finally will be home tomorrow afternoon. Our home opener is at 3:10. Our coverage begins at 2 o'clock right here on Fox Sports Kansas City. And it's a nice long homestand for the Royals. They'll begin tomorrow a 3-game series with the Oakland A's. Ian Kennedy, followed by Jason Hamill, Jason Vargas for the Royals. 3 against the A's tomorrow, Wednesday, Thursday. Then the Angels next weekend. And then the following week, the San Francisco Giants are in town for a 2-game series.
Bring them.
So there are the A's starting pitchers. We won't have to worry about Sonny Gray as we look at our University of Kansas Health System injury report. Sonny Gray, who had some shoulder problems last year and had the worst season of his big league career, is on the disabled list right now with more shoulder issues. He made just 22 starts last year.
Yep, and I also hear we won't have to worry about the weather tomorrow. It's supposed to be nice.
And the roof will be open as a result.
Hey now, they almost put that sliding roof on whenever they built that complex, didn't they? I saw a picture of it. Would have been state of the art at the time.
Yeah,
it still would have worked.
Almost was voted by Jackson County residents. Narrowly missed not long ago when they did the major renovations of Kauffman Stadium and Arrowhead Stadium. Travis Wood got the last out of the 6th, so he stays on to face Gaddis, Reddick, and Gonzalez in the 7th. Chris Young is warming up in the Royals bullpen. Gaddis has singled and flied out to right field.
Travis Wood will use the cutter in on righties off the plate and a changeup.
With a runner at first base and 2 down in the 6th inning, Brian McCann came to the plate, left-hand batter representing the tying run. He has a lot of power. Ned Yost brought in Travis Wood and he got McCann to fly out. 3-0 on Gaddis. Down the middle for strike 1. Nate Carnes, 1 run, 6 hits in 5 2/3 innings. And a leadoff walk. Refreshing saves from Price Chopper and Aquafina. Sign up at mypricechopper.com to get free Aquafina when the Royals get a save. And now Yuli Gurriel is off the bench to bat for the left-hand hitting Josh Reddick. Good pitch over the outside.
Gurriel, remember, just 2 for 18. Wood wants to put him in the lane.
Head in the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Gurriel started game 1 at first base and was 0 for 2. And then started at first base last night and was 1 for 3 with an infield single. There's the changeup, and Hud was telling you last night, if you were with us, the adjustment it has been for Gurriel dealing with a big league changeup.
Never saw any in his years in Cuba in the Industrial League. What do they call it?
Industriales.
Yeah.
Hit well to center field, but Kane has room. One out. You know, there have been some hard hit balls today that have either flamed out or just didn't carry enough, and we've seen some outs either on or near the warning track. And immediately when you think of this ballpark, just like you would Fenway Park, you think of the outfield quirk, and here it's those Crawford boxes out in left field. But when you talk to people with the Astros or people who have seen a lot of games here, they'll tell you that the reputation of this ballpark of being a launching pad is over exaggerated. There are plenty of places to pitch in this ballpark.
Yep.
There's a strike to Marwin Gonzalez.
Now there's no more Towles Hill, and that was the big hill that had an incline, a steep incline with a flagpole in play in center field. Well, they took that out and essentially made it a little smaller. It doesn't have the length or the degree of difficulty for the outfielder to field the ball that are hit that far. And what was it, like 436? 436.
Yeah.
You hit a ball that far, you should get a home run. You should have a homer, but a lot of guys got robbed out there up on the top of that hill, and now they've remodeled the whole area out there. Big time renovation.
Oh, 0-2 on Gonzalez. And that skips away from Salvi. That takes away a chance for a ground ball and a double play. Dave Holtzman looked it up, and just to add to the point about how the offense is exaggerated in this stadium. Last year, Minute Maid Park allowed the third fewest home runs total of any American League stadium.
Shocking with that 315 porch out there, the Crawford porch they call it here. Fly balls will end up in game-winning home runs like Springer did against Seattle. I mean, he just pulled one right in this very short corner out there.
But how many outs are made over the course of a series here because hitters are trying to hit it in the Crawford boxes?
Pull happy hitters, that's for sure. And when you have a right-handed pitcher throwing breaking balls to right-handed batters, you pull off and miss.
2-2 on Gonzalez. Into left field, and this time the Crawford boxes is a home field advantage. Marwin Gonzalez ties the game with a two-run home run.
Trying to break a ball, it just hung right over the middle at 74. And he didn't even hit it really well. Didn't have to.
Now Carlos Beltran is batting for Nori Aoki. More runs allowed in the 7th inning on this trip. The dreaded 7th inning. Minnesota Twins and the Houston Astros have scored 17 runs in the 7th inning against the Royals on this trip. Three and one on Beltran. Full count. Springer is on deck. Beltran talks it over with Chad Fairchild. Kane has room as he backpedals onto the track. 2 down. And now George Springer is coming up, and Ned Yost is going to go to Chris Young. So the home run hurts, and it's a home run that's probably only a home run here. But a man was on with a leadoff walk. So 3-3 with Chris Young coming on to face George Springer. As he departs with 2 down in the bottom of the 7th inning. Today's copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the Kansas City Royals. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Kansas City Royals. Ryan Lefevre, Rex Hudler with Joel Goldberg, Jeff Montgomery, director Steve Kurtenbach, producer Kevin Cedergren, associate producers Al Broughton, Sam Abramson, Dave Holtzman, and the producer of Royals Live is Brian Shapiro, all ready to get back to Kansas City. Here's Chris Young to George Springer. Escobar, bare hands, throws.
Wow! Phenomenal. Just go on into that dugout and take a seat, Esky. That was Gold Glove material. I didn't think there was no way they were going to be able to get Springer. Runs well, little 3-hopper, and that's right. Don't waste it. Replay. Beautiful play, man.
It's been a tough road trip for the Royals in the 7th, but a great road trip in the 8th. That's what's coming up. some defensive changes. Marwin Gonzalez has moved from first base to left field. Jake Marisnick is into the game. He is in center. Yuli Gurriel is now at first. And George Springer, who was in center, is now in right. School Day at the K, presented by Price Chopper and hosted by the Fox 4 Weather Team, is coming up. Students and teachers will have a blast learning about Kansas City weather while watching the Royals. Thursday, May 4th, as the Royals take on the White Sox, a 1:15 game. Springer coming up in right field. He'll get Alex Gordon. Alex is 1 for 4 today. Will Harris is the new pitcher. Chevy called to the bullpen. He's on for the 3rd time this year. So School Day at the K starting at 10 a.m. on May 4th, and the game at 1:15 with the Chicago White Sox. Royals.com/School Day for more information.
Willie Harris, 88-93 with his natural cutting fastball. Curve. He was an all-star last year. Veteran pitcher. Gotta be careful with Moose.
Upstairs, Mustakis is homered again. He hit his 3rd in the 6th inning. That gave the Royals a 3-1 lead, and Astros just got a 2-run home run from Marwin Gonzalez in the bottom of the 7th to tie it. One and two.
Let's take a look at the 6th inning, what Moose did. He made a Royals fan a winner. What was it, about $300? With that swing right there in our sonic slam inning, that was beautiful. But I liked his pinch hit last night. Hit to left field.
Two and two.
Confident and quiet with his body. Trusting his hands.
Shallow center, and Marisnick comes in to make the play. 2 down. Joakim Soria is getting ready for the bottom of the 8th inning, with the 2, 3, and 4 hitters coming up, unless Chris Young goes back out there. Hit in the air again.
Harris got him popping up.
And Gurriel makes the play. 7 pitches, and the Royals are down quickly in the top of the 8th. Hoping to see a sweep here this weekend. MLS Soccer Sunday comes your way tonight on FS1. Sporting Kansas City takes on the Colorado Rapids at 6 p.m. So MLS Soccer tonight on FS1, but Nate Bukaty and the boys will be on Fox Sports Kansas City this year. That's a called strike, and it's 0-2 on Bregman, so Chris Young stays out for the 8th. Soria was warming up in the event the Royals took the lead. Chris Young took over with 2 outs in the 7th inning. He threw 1 pitch and got Springer to ground out to short. And now Bregman with a check swing down to first base coach Richie Dower, former Royals third base coach when A.J. Hinch was playing for the Royals and Carlos Beltran was playing for the Royals.
And let's not forget, he was a solid big league second baseman for the Baltimore Orioles.
At one time, I believe Richie Dower had the record for consecutive errorless games at second base.
Player.
Bregman, Altuve, and Correa. Bregman lays off that slider, 2-2.
And it's the first time Bregman's ever seen Chris Young. Young, fastball, anywhere from 86 to 90. Slider. Deceptive.
Strike 3 call.
Yeah, and, Young, he thought he had the previous pitch. Wow. And Bregman's like, gosh, I've never seen a ball come out of a guy that's 6'10". And sure enough, Salvi helped him frame it up. Bregman's got to go.
Jose Altuve. Done that twice today. Royals are playing him to pull, and Altuve's off to a slow start. He does not have an extra base hit. He does not have a run scored. He does not have an RBI. And the Royals and other teams think that he's trying to pull it and trying to get his swing back. He's hitting the ball to the right side.
That'll change. They'll change him now. The Astros go up to Seattle next. And Seattle has their advanced scout here watching this game. So that'll go into the reports. And maybe they won't play him as a drastic shift up there.
1-on-1 out to Carlos Correa. Strike 1 from Young. Correa singled in the first. He was hit by a pitch in the 4th. And he lined to right in the 6th.
Yep, same situation. And it was in the 6th. Altuve on first. And I would be a little bit shocked if Altuve didn't attempt to steal here. Young never has been too keen on holding runners. He's a big guy. It's hard to be able to master a move over there.
Not running and fouled away to make it 1-2. Altuve has not attempted a stolen base yet this year. He was second in the league last year with 30.
Lots of times with an exceptional base stealer like Altuve, the manager will not put a sign on to steal. He's on his own over there, but he's got to get into his game. And Young has pretty quick feet. As shown there, but when he goes home, Young, he usually is 1.4 to 1.5 in his whole times. That's where they rip him off. But he does have a quick move.
He has stolen as many as 56 in a season. Jose Altuve.
A manager will trust the base stealer to get the jump he wants on the certain pitch. is when you put a sign on it that says go on that pitch, sometimes you don't get a good jump or you don't get a good pitch. You don't have the same feel. So instinctive skills when it comes to base stealing are important. Altuve helps him. He's already so short that he's built low to the ground. He gets it to, he's in his full speed quickly.
Not running. And hit to right field for Paulo Orlando. Altuve back to tag, but he's not going anywhere. 2 outs. And now Chris Young will get Brian McCann. McCann is 1 for 3. He came up in the 6th inning representing the tying run. That's when Ned Yost went to Travis Wood, and Travis got him on a fly ball to center field to end the 6th inning. Altuve just got a huge jump, and Salvi can't make a better throw than that, but Altuve had a good head start, and that's a milestone stolen base for him. 200 stolen bases for Jose Altuve as a big leaguer. He becomes the 7th Astro in history to have that many.
Like I said, full speed in 1 step.
And now the Royals are going to intentionally walk Brian McCann with the now vacant first base and set up a righty-righty with Young and Evan Gattis.
Yep, that's exactly what that does. When you steal a base like that with a left-handed hitter coming up, and and the manager Ned doesn't have a lefty up, let's go ahead and put him on. That's good. I was a little nervous about that confrontation there. So sometimes you're almost better off staying at first base even though you can steal the base, because now that makes you have to pitch to McCann.
Slider for a strike to Gattis. Gattis walked his last time up. That was leading off the 7th against Wood, and then 2 batters later Marwin Gonzalez tied it with a home run into the Crawford boxes. Oh, and 2. Not picking up the slider.
No, not like Young. You can trust him. He's on. He's good. He's got that active deception. Not overpowering. Throws underneath the baseball with his fastball, and it appears that it's harder than it actually is.
Matchup right here, and Pierce and Salvi want to make sure they're on the same page. And knowing Chris, and as thorough as he is with his preparation, he probably didn't just tell Salvi what he wanted to throw. He probably told him why he wanted to throw it, or maybe even told him what he wanted to throw the pitch after that and the one after that one.
That's right.
Broken bat. Mondesi. Not in time. Boy, a broken bat. Ground ball on the infield with Gattis running. And Gattis running hard up the line. Ned Yost will not challenge, and the bases are loaded.
Well, this play here is usually Escobar has the momentum going that way, but Mondesi, it looks to me like kind of took his time getting to the ball, and he backhanded it, didn't put a lot on the throw, expecting Gattis as a catcher not to be able to run that well. But I noticed that last time Gattis hit a ground ball and was thrown out at first by Escobar, that he got down that line. So sometimes got to know the speed of every runner and where you're playing. He was deep and he was in the hole. So didn't quite come out of there with a sense of urgency like he could have.
Remember, Gaddis was the guy last year. He doesn't look like this guy, but he had 11 triples. So bases loaded, 2 down to Gurriel. Popped up. Hosmer wants it. Hosmer has it.
Good.
Well, Chris Young has a scoreless bottom of the 8th inning, and we head to the 9th. It'll be Eric Hosmer, Salvador Perez, who's homered in 4 straight games, and Brandon Moss. Middle of the order coming up for the Royals, and we remind you MLB.com At Bat is your #1 mobile app for live Royals baseball. You can customize At Bat to stay close to the Royals with home screen icons, live scores, news, stats, video highlights, radio broadcasts, and more. So download MLB.com At Bat today to stay connected to the Royals all season long. Chris Davinsky is a beast.
He is.
Boy, the Royals saw him early last year, and nobody really had heard of him before. And boy, did he make his presence felt. That, by the way, fouled away by Hosmer. Those numbers we just showed you, by the way, that was a relief appearance. 4 hitless innings against Seattle with 1 walk and 7 strikeouts.
He's nasty. His changeup is his best pitch. Now Haas got him a 95-mile-an-hour heater, but watch out for the changeup. He'll pull the string. I mean, he'll throw his changeup to set up his fastball. He'll throw that pitch 70% of the time, 80% of the time. It's so good. Same arm speed as the fastball, but just has a really good action down and away to lefties and into righties. A great pitch. Decent fastball, too. He's a future closer.
Hosmer didn't see it right away. Running hard, and he's out. There was a delay with Hosmer picking up that ball got away from McCann. Otherwise, it's either closer or maybe he's at first base.
Yeah, too bad. But this, he's filthy. Just a split second. If he'd have went right away, it would have been a lot closer. So McCann, good job of concentrating, slowing his body down and picking up the ball barehanded and throwing it out there. But he'll mix in a curve as well.
Salvi. He's just hitting everything hard when he's way out in front like that. He hit one off the windows of the roof wall in left field back in the 2nd inning. A home run in 4 consecutive games. He's 1 for 3. There's the changeup.
Oh, man. Oh, that is just loud and launched. But he's not going to see that pitch here.
Out to Marisnik in center field, 2 down.
And Davinsky, in his last outing on Wednesday against the Mariners, he threw 38 pitches, only 10 fastballs.
Yeah, here's a nice find for the Astros. He came up through the White Sox organization as a 25th round pick. And of all American League pitchers last year who threw at least 100 innings, he had the lowest ERA, 2.16. Let's see if he hangs one to Brandon Moss here.
Yeah, but that changeup moved away there. Good job being selective on that, but you saw how the changeup action moved away from him.
One and one. Moss is 0 for 3 today and 0 for 11 to begin the season. So here's a good time. And you start thinking about that changeup.
Yeah. You're almost better off looking for that changeup, but he stuck it by him there. What was the nickname you called him when he came in? You said he's an animal or
Dragon, right?
Yeah, the Dragon. He's got a couple nicknames. He's an animal on the mound, and also the changeup has a nickname, the Circle of Death. It's beautiful. Whenever you get nicknamed, multiple nicknames this guy has. Davinsky. There it was. Moss just missed it. Just pulled off at a tad.
What makes him so hard to hit is not just his velocity of his fastball and how good his changeup is, but there's a large gap in velocity between the two pitches. Golfed out to right field. Moss, home run! And Brandon Moss is officially a Kansas City Royal.
There it was. That first hit of the year sometimes is either a doinker or a dong. A line shot. Now Davinsky, as great as his stuff is, I didn't know if we were going to be able to barrel it. Look at the love Brandon Moss is getting in that dugout. That's a beautiful thing. Power to the rescue.
And that was not a bad pitch. He went down and got it.
He golfed that sucker out.
Popped up. And Bregman is there. And the Royals head to the bottom of the 9th inning with the lead. Thanks to Brandon Moss's first hit as a Royal. Down and out of the strike zone.
Changeup. Beauty.
All throughout spring training, the Royals going with more power this year, hoping to hit more home runs. They were last in the league last year, but hoping that would be a significant part of the offense. It has been today. The Royals have hit 3 more home runs, and Brandon Moss saved his first hit as a Royal for the perfect spot.
Look at that. Oh, that's beautiful. I wish I had my telestrator. I could draw some lines on that and just hit it on the line. That ball was lifted. That's what a big league power hitter does. Balls that are down, a lot of guys can get that pitch and then he can just roll it over as a ground ball. You got to learn how to lift it. Elevate and separate. Beautiful stroke. Teammates, look at every one of them in there with a smile on their face, especially Chris Young. It could be vulture in this W if El Toro Kelvin Herrera can get the job done here in his first save opportunity.
Pitched on Friday with a 4-run lead and had a 3-up, 3-down inning. Facing the middle of the order, he'll get the 8, 9, and 1 hitters in the 9th. And Marwin Gonzalez takes a strike. Gonzalez hit a 2-run game-tying home run in the bottom of the 7th inning against Travis Wood. And the Royals pick up Travis Wood with Moss's home run in the 9th. And here's Herrera. 1 ball, 1 strike. Nate Carnes gave up 1 run in 5 2/3. So the Royals starters ERA in the first week of the regular season is 2.86.
Not too bad. Herrera, fastball, slider change. Fastball is going to be in the upper 90s. Changeup's around the upper 80s. So there's a good little change of speed difference for the hitter. And that slider, he'll throw it when you least expect it. Get this first man out here.
2-2. George Springer homered on the first pitch thrown by Nate Carnes. Salvador Perez homered in the 2nd to tie it. Royals got a bunt RBI from Mondesi in the 5th. A home run from Mustakis in the 6th for a 2-run lead. Then Gonzalez hit the 2-run home run in the 7th to tie it. Moss hits a home run in the 9th. And the Royals are 3 outs away from a sweep.
See what Herrera uses here to... Oh, man.
Caught by Escobar on a bullet off the bat of Gonzalez.
Wow. Again, another outstanding defensive play. That ball was barreled. Herrera tried to get the fastball by him. He was sitting all over it. Wasn't located where he wants it. Be careful with the location.
That ball might have been hit hard enough, Hud, to roll all the way to the wall.
Oh, for sure. There's no one getting that. That hit speed on that was about 110.
Jake Marisnick hits for the first time. Marisnick did not face Herrera Friday night. Belted to left field, and Marisnick has tied the game.
Just snuck over the wall. Slider. Right over the middle of the plate. 87. Didn't fool Marisnick. Now he got out. He was out in front of it a little bit, but he's able to stay back just enough to get up underneath it and bounce it over the line.
So Herrera's first save opportunity of the year is a blown save. 6 home runs have been hit today. 3 by the Astros, 3 by the Royals. Springer at the plate hit the first home run on the first pitch thrown by Carnes. 1.
Third best pitch. Slider. You know, last year when he started bringing that slider in a lot, I wasn't real thrilled with that pitch. Now I talked to Dave Iron about it. He liked it, but you just to have 3 pitches as a closer is good in a sense that, you know, but like Moss was telling me in spring training, when he faced Herrera, when he had the slider, he didn't really know what to look for. But to me, sometimes it was just a get me over pitch. You know, it's just kind of a, and if you don't lay it in the right spot, it can be hit, just like Marisnick did. He's going to use it now. That was his changeup, the last one. Though. That's his second best pitch. Fastball, number 1, change, number 2.
2-2 on Springer. We were talking an inning or so ago about how people will say that the offensive advantage in this ballpark is over exaggerated, but the Royals have been hurt twice today by Crawford Box's home runs. Paulo to the side wall, reaches in. Did he get it? No.
That would have been a great catch in the stands for sure. If he could pull that back in there. And just missed it.
It would not have been fan interference because Paulo's reaching into the crowd, and yet the fan still did not get in the way of Paulo making that catch. Springer is down. 2 away in the 9th inning. Fastball at 97.
Yeah, there you go. He overpowered him. Herrera's going to learn. You know, he's still on a learning curve now. He had some save opportunities last year and was successful, but he's going to find out how hard it is on the road to get the final 3 outs. And he'll learn from that.
Bregman pops it up. And for the first time this year, we head to extra innings. Jake Marisnick, who didn't come into the game until an inning ago, ties it with a home run. With Kelvin Herrera, who gives up a home run to Marisnick. in the bottom of the 9th inning to send us into extra innings. Royals were 7-3 past the 9th inning last year. Houston also had a winning record. And in the 10th, it'll be Escobar, Mondesi, and Gordon as Davinsky stays in for another inning. Davinsky allowed a home run to Brandon Moss, who hit it into the Astros bullpen to give the Royals a brief lead.
I wonder how many home runs have been hit off of that changeup from Davinsky. I would imagine not many.
Off the end of the bat. Oh. And Gurriel connects with Davinsky.
That's a long way to go to get that ball. When you got Altuve there, this is going to be a learning curve for Gurriel, the first baseman. Playing first for the first time in his career. I got a rookie at third. We're going to see what goes on with him. Only time will tell.
Mondesi is 0 for 2. That sac bunt was good for a run in the 5th inning.
That Moss home run off the changeup by Davinsky was just the second home run Davinsky's given up with that pitch in his career.
And he doesn't give up many home runs with any pitches. Outside to Mondesi, he gave up 4 home runs last year in 108 innings.
It's pretty good.
There's the changeup. Two down. It's just so hit hard for a hitter. I mean, out of his hand, you're just convinced it's a fastball. By the time you figure out it's a changeup, it's too late.
Yeah, Moss had to be sitting on the changeup there. To hit a ball like that, I mean, hit that changeup at that location, that ball was 4 inches below his knees.
So you're talking at times 15 miles an hour in between the fastball and the change. Alex Gordon with a wide open left side. And Davinsky's throw is in the dirt. And again, Gurriel learning a new position, doesn't have the softest of hands. Alex will get a hit, and the go-ahead run is on.
Great idea. Had more room down the third base line, though. He's going to bunt it a little bit too close to the pitcher, but he'll take it. Excellent idea. I'd like to see Alex do that 5-6 times this year when they play him on that pull. And think about that. If he can be successful 5 times, what that does to your batting average. Just 3 extra hits does a lot. But that's 1, and I'd like to see him do it more often. I imagine he will.
Pitching coach Brent Strom is out to have a chat with Davinsky, and the guy at the plate has shown a willingness to put one down with the overshift.
Yeah, but the way he's swinging, I'd like to see him put one over the fence again. Give the Royals a 2-run lead here, give a little cushion. But I would imagine that Strom, the pitching coach, is saying, hey, look, try to keep the ball away from this guy if you can. But Moose could go the other way over the Crawford seats in left field too. Royals are going to need one more clutch hit, looks like, to get home with a sweep. And the bullpen will have to hold.
Changeup fades outside. 1 ball, 1 strike.
If Moose is looking changeup, he's going to be out in front. But if he throws that fastball and he's a tad behind it and he gets underneath it, that's how he could shoot the Crawford box. With the fastball up.
Snap throw down to first. Heck of a play by McCann. First of all, to catch that ball that was in the dirt, and then the presence of mind to throw down to first.
Oh, awkward position, right? Wasn't even down on step right.
Three and one. Kane's on deck.
Just trying to keep it away from Moose.
A well-executed changeup is one of the hardest pitches to hit. A hanging changeup is one of the easiest pitches to hit. Very little gray area. Good take. He swings at that pitch. He probably doesn't hit it very hard.
No, and if he throws it 3-1, he'll throw it 3-2.
Alex runs, and Davinsky gets the strikeout.
Pumped it up with a heater there.
Jose Altuve will lead off the bottom of the 10th. In the first on a home run from Springer. Salvador Perez homered in the second. Raul Mondesi bunted in a run in the fifth. Mike Mustakis homered in the sixth. The Royals led 3-1. Marwin Gonzalez hit a 2-run home run in the seventh to tie it. Brandon Moss homered in the top of the ninth to put the Royals in front. And Jake Marisnick homered in the bottom of the ninth to tie it. And Joaquin Soria will pitch the bottom of the 10th inning. And he'll get Altuve, Correa, and McCann. Soria pitched in the game on Friday, and the Royals 5-1 win. He pitched the 8th. Faced 3 batters. That was the inning that Lorenzo Cain went up against the chain link fence in right center field to take a hit away from Springer.
Fastball, slider, changing a slow curve at times. 90-96. And Altuve has got 2 base hits to right field. Took a swing for the downs there.
No shift for Altuve, who has 2 singles, both through the right side, which the Royals are defending this time around. They have been overshifted with 3 infielders on the left side. Hosmer all by himself on the right side, and Altuve just hit a couple of ground balls into right field. Pulled foul, and it's still 0-2. Soria makes a nice play. 1 out.
Yeah. Now, Mondesi likely would have made this play, but still, if you can glove it with ease like that, that's a routine play, easy out. Right in the meat of their order.
Carlos Correa had a first inning single, 1 for 3. Late on a fastball, 1-1.
Movement is what Soria wants. Last year we saw him with more velocity than we ever had before. That's what you guys said when he was a Royal.
Right, but less movement.
Right. And so you want movement over velocity.
There's that slow curveball, 69 miles an hour, so it barely got to home plate. I remember in Soria's best years, he'd throw a fastball and a hitter would look overmatched, and it was just a natural reaction to immediately look at the radar gun, and it would be 90, 91, 92 maybe. So the hitters just weren't picking up the ball, and he had some natural cutting action to it. Then later in his Royals career, right before he got hurt, he tried to intentionally cut the ball, throw a cutter, and he got knocked around and finally had to get rid of that pitch. But he was never throwing 95 miles an hour first time at the Royals. Never throwing 93, 94 for that matter. Gotta be careful. And he made a good throw. Don't worry about him chucking it into right field. But he threw a strike over to Hosmer. And
yeah,
looks like he may have hurt himself. Or something's hurting.
You know, a lot of things can go wrong on that play there. The competitive nature of the athlete is to get him out. But if you think about it, with a Correa is a good runner, you almost want to put that in your pocket. Like he just tweaked
his right ankle.
Tweaked his ankle just a tad. Now he didn't roll it all the way over, but it rolled right there. And you're going to have a hard time making that play. But like you were saying, watch out. You were thinking he was going to throw the ball down the line.
When you start getting a little bit out of control, picking up the ball and making a throw. A 1-on-1 out to Brian McCann. Back to Soria. A strike to Escobar, double play. So nice. All the Royals really needed there was Soria. And then on the last play, Escobar and Hosmer.
Critical, Jack. Good job. Showing some athleticism. More good defense.
Hosmer and Perez against Chris Davinsky. After the game, we head home. The home opener is tomorrow. Ian Kennedy against Jarrell Cotton. Day off Tuesday. Jason Hamill against Andrew Triggs. And then on Thursday, Jason Vargas against Raul Alcantara.
Well, Chris Davinsky obviously is not a one-inning reliever. This guy's tough, durable, and got great stuff. He's back out there again.
One and one on Kane. Lorenzo's 0 for 4 today. Davinsky, when he came on in the 9th inning, we showed you that his only other appearance this year was 4 innings in relief on Wednesday. No swing. And he struck out 7 in those 4 innings. Today he's pitched 2 innings. He did give up Brandon Moss's home run in the 9th. And he has struck out 3. Well, they're doing everything they can to stay back on that changeup. That one's 82 miles an hour.
Just going to have to go up there, get a wide base, a wide stance, choke up on the bat, and just try to put it in play and find a hole. Don't try to do too much with it. You're going to corkscrew yourself in the ground.
Fights off the fastball.
Let some frenzy hit and break out. Just find the holes. They batted around last night. Just put him in play.
Fastball got him looking. Boy, he's a handful, man.
Sure is. Just about the time you think you got a gauge on that changeup, he sneaks that 95 by in. That's not exactly a sneaky pitch. That's good velocity. Now it was a little bit off the plate. Lorenzo thought it was.
One down to Hosmer. He's 1 for 4. Had a pretty good swing at a changeup. He was not off balance at all, so maybe that's what he was looking for.
That was a great rip.
Another good swing.
Man.
You know, people ask sometimes, what do you mean good swing if he fouled it off? Well, when we talk about swing, we're talking about timing. So he had those first 2 pitches timed perfectly. He was not fooled. He just didn't make solid contact. So a lot of times when we say good swing, that means he's seeing the pitch well. His timing and his balance are both on.
And if you foul the ball directly straight back, means you just missed it.
On the ground to Correa. 2 down. And now Salvi with 2 down. He is homered again today. Last night was the first time in his career where Salvi has homered in 3 straight games, and then he added another one today, and that was back in the 2nd inning. A long blast to left field off the windows. I'm going to say it went around 0-1. Soria will pitch the bottom of the 11th inning. Nobody is warming up in the Royals pen. Two and 1. Changeup was down. Salvi, tell by the look on his face, he's not happy with that. But
you know,
this guy,
he's tough.
He's as nasty as anybody in the league, I think.
You know, the great balance that Salvi's had on his 4 home runs, he doesn't have to have that balance to hit one out of here at the Crawford porch. He could have a booty knock homer if he just gets the pitch down. Not this time.
To the bottom of the 11th. Gaddis, Gurriel, and Gonzalez are coming up for the Astros. It was a 3-3 tie going into the 9th when Brandon Moss got his first hit as a Royal. A 2-out home run against Chris Davinsky. But then in the bottom of the 9th, Jake Marisnick against Kelvin Herrera. Just on top and over the wall of the Crawford boxes in left field. And now here we are in the 11th with Evan Gaddis, followed by Yuli Gurriel and Marwin Gonzalez. Last year, Joakim Soria completed 2 innings twice. And this is his 2nd inning today. Pitched a scoreless 10th, giving up an infield single. Two singles, a walk, and a run scored for Evan Gaddis. Fastball is wide, 2-0. Royals used Nate Carnes for 5 2/3. He allowed just 1 run. Travis Wood gave up 2 runs in 1 inning. Chris Young, an inning and a third scoreless. Herrera, 1 run in 1 inning. And now Soria so far has 1 scoreless inning. And 2-1 on Gaddis.
Slight tweak of his ankle on that swinging hit. And it's good to see him that at least he's back out there again and didn't roll it all the way over. If he rolls it all the way over, there's no way he'd be able to pitch.
3-1. Sometimes, and we hope it's not the case with Soria, but you twist something and the adrenaline kicks in, and then the longer you wait, that area could swell up a little bit. And that right ankle is important for him. That's his back leg. That's his drive leg. Made a good pitch to Gaddis on 3-1.
Good spot. Keep it down there.
Gaddis is on with a walk. There is nobody other than a pitcher available on A.J. Hinch's bench to come out and pinch run. And Gaddis, for a big guy, isn't going to hurt you with his legs.
No, we wouldn't have said earlier. Bunting opportunity. Moose doesn't believe it. He's in back of the bag. He's back. Guy like Gurriel probably hadn't bunted much at all in Cuba or here, but situation.
Back to Soria. He's going to take a shot at second base, and they get the force.
That's why.
And you wonder if Gurriel did that on his own.
Yeah, because if you're not used to bunting, you know, it can be difficult. And Soria demonstrated in the last inning what a good fielding pitcher he is. And this was no problem. This was routine. This is all part of PFP, pitcher's fielding practice. And he gave Escobar a good throw, and there's no chance to get him at first for the double play, but they'll take it. Now they get the double play. And if they do, it would be the fourth double play of the day for the Royals. Defense has been spectacular.
Ball one to Marwin Gonzalez. He hit a 2-run home run as a right-hand batter in the 7th inning. Tied the game at 3. (2-0).
I like the combination. Orange shoes and the socks that they got that match. Pretty stylish. Colorful.
It is?
Yeah, it's colorful.
I remember there was a vote maybe in the 80s, and the Astros old rainbow style uniforms, which use that color scheme on the socks that was on the bottom half of the jersey, was voted the ugliest. Or maybe it was the Padres yellow and brown, but that's the color scheme right there that they used to use in the 70s and the 80s.
Soria looked to me like he didn't come to a complete stop. He rushed home now. Wanted to get called for a balk. Might not be a bad idea to remind him to come to a stop. He got called on a balk last season a few times.
I think the first one was here.
Ooh, yeah. Gonzalez, he just missed that one. That was a good swing. He got a pitch that was up. 3 balks last year by Soria.
And the truth is, it's a judgment call. Some umpires call it, some don't. But if they haven't called it yet, I'd be surprised if they call it at any point in this inning, because he is really skating on thin ice when it comes to coming set or not.
Yep. I would be surprised if they called it, if they haven't already. Nice.
2 down in the 11th.
Teased him upstairs with that heater. Similar to the last pitch. Looks good to the hitter, but it's just too far up in the zone. Good strikeout pitch.
Jake Marisnick. He is the reason we are still playing. With 1 out in the 9th inning, he homered against Kelvin Herrera to tie the game at 4. He had just entered the game defensively the inning before. He got a slider And he hooked it into the left field corner. Slow curve, 70 miles an hour.
That's a beauty. That's the second one he's thrown in his 26 pitches. And the first one he threw was located down in the zone and almost bounces in the dirt. And be careful with that up. But it's very good for effect. Can really mess with the hitter's mind. Beautiful.
Handing over 2 scoreless innings from Joakim Soria. So we go to the 12th, which has been a friendly inning to the Royals. Moss, who gave the Royals a lead with a home run in the 9th, will lead off. The game. Don't go anywhere because Joel and Monty will have Boulevard Royals live. A good season debut as a starter for Nate Carnes. The Royals have hit 3 more home runs, 1 from Brandon Moss, and it was against this pitcher Chris Davinsky with 2 outs in the top of the 9th inning. That was his first hit as a Royal. The Royals took a lead into the bottom of the 9th. And then Jake Marisnick with 1 out homer to tie it. Oh, 0-2. Moss got a changeup down and just golfed it into the Astros bullpen in right center field.
And you know, Davinsky, he could care less. He's going to say, all right, do it again. If you can do it again, good luck to you here. He's going to throw it. He's not afraid at all. This guy's got those nicknames: Dragon, Animal. His changeup is called the Circle of Death. When you got those kind of nicknames, you're not afraid of anything. And he's an animal. By the way he toes the slab and he gets that ball and he gets up there, he's a real competitor.
3-2.
It's from Santa Ana, California.
Now, if Moss gets on, Terrence Gore is on the Royals bench, so this is a big pitch right here. Bottom of the fastball.
Oh, man, that would have been a Gore appearance, that's for sure. That's why they had kept him on the roster this year. So I'm walking out of the ballpark last night, and Davinsky's 10 feet ahead of me in the tunnel, and I caught up to him and said, "Hey, young man, how you doing?" Not really knowing who he was. He's in his street clothes, you know, no number on his back or his name. And he looked at me and he goes, "Oh, hey, I used to watch you when I was a kid." And I said, "Really? What do you mean?" "Oh, that's in there." There you go.
Follows on with 1 out.
And he wasn't old enough to watch me as a player, but when my broadcasting days were the Angels, and I went, oh, really? He goes, yeah, I'm right there from Santa Ana. So we started talking. Where do you live here? 5 minutes from here, downtown. Single? Yeah. He's got me a little apartment. It's fun. He's living the life. He's having a good time.
And he got to meet his hero last night.
No, I wouldn't go that far.
1-on, 1-out to Escobar. See if the Royals try and move some runners here. Matt Strahm warms up in the bullpen. That changeup can be a tough pitch for the catcher to handle, and McCann is not a great throwing catcher. But also really can't sit back and hope for 3 hits against a guy like this.
No, but you can put that ball in play on a hit and run. Now, not that swing. That swing's not going to work, even on a fastball. So if he puts a hit and run on right here, that's telling Escobar, all right, I'm just going to shorten up my swing and try to make contact with it, like playing a little pepper, which the guys never play anymore. That's a little game when you have 3 or 4 fielders out in front and you just kind of lob it and kind of just make some contact.
Not running, and it's outside, 2-1.
And Eski's good at it.
And there's a lot of room on the right side of the infield with Altuve at double play depth. Gurriel is holding Orlando. Not running. 2-2.
So, he's not exactly a slide stepper at home, so I just timed it 1.48. So that's a good time to steal on if you get a good jump. Anything over 1.4.
Paulo does not have a big lead, not going. And skied to center. Wisnick brings it down. And now Mondesi is going to be called back to the dugout. And Chesler Cuthbert is going to come up. So Cuthbert, who homered yesterday against Dallas Keuchel, try and take a shot at those Crawford boxes here. Give the Royals a lead going into the bottom of the 12th inning.
Maybe that's what it's about. Maybe he's thinking Cuthbert has a chance. He's 0 for 1 with a walk in his career off the bench. He's a pinch hitter.
Down and away, ball 1.
Toughest thing to do in baseball is to come off the bench cold and try to pinch hit off a guy, any guy.
And you're usually not facing a chump when you come off the bench late in the game.
No, there was the other day. He leaned on that heater right down the middle, just shot it right out of here. That would be a beautiful sight to see him do that again.
Three 3-0. Alex Gordon is on deck. Now I say Alex is on deck, but I would not be honest with you in describing it that way. Alex is somewhere in between the on deck circle and the third base coach's box.
Well, that's where he likes to stand.
On deck refers to the player that's coming up next, but that is not on deck.
No, and he likes to stand on the grass, and he does at the K. You can see his footprint in there until Trevor. Oh, good try. Until Trevor Vance, our outstanding groundskeeper, put some seed in there and get some grass growing while they're on the road.
So the added advantage here with Paulo Orlando running. Let's see if Chesler can get one to a gap. Bottom of the fastball up. So Devenski has made 2 appearances for the Astros this year. Both times he has gone 4 innings. Both times he has struck out 7.
Here at Minute Maid, Royals just want to do anything they can to try to get that W. Jack Soria did a heck of a job. He not only executed his pitches, he defended his position well. Induced the 3rd double play of the afternoon. Look at this. Step and throw. Execution was great. Got a strikeout, but also, I liked it. Less is more. We didn't see any 95 or above. We saw some low 90s, good movement, and he did his job. Good job, Jack.
First big league game at second base for Chesler Cuthbert. A pinch hit for Mondesi in the top of the 12th, and now Matt Strom, who's had 2 rough appearances to begin the season. He'll get the top of the order in the bottom of the 12th. And Cuthbert, of course, tested right away and can't come up with it.
Wouldn't you know it?
Ned Yost didn't want to use up another guy from his bench, but he did have the option of putting Christian Colon out there defensively.
That's what I thought he was going to do. Strom got a glove on it. They ticked it just a tad. You could see it kind of kick to the right. And when it did that, it threw Cuthbert off. I can agree with that. Yeah, that ball had some spin on it. I don't know what that's going to do for Chesler's confidence over there or not, but
now Bregman's going to try and get a bunt down.
Yep, good rookie's got to do the job here. You want to get on in the good side of your manager. When he asks you to bunt, get it down.
0 for 5 today. Bunts it hard to Hosmer, and he bobbles. Cuthbert covers. Hosmer has a very strong arm. Most first basemen do not, but he wanted to throw down to second base.
And that's too bad. He had it. Just rushed it a little. Haas bobbled it. And by then it's too late. Now that glove's awfully big, so that's not an easy play to get it out of there. But Haas is so good with those hands. Now with first base open, you wonder if they're not going to put him on. One out, set up a double play situation. Yep, that's exactly what they're going to do. Smart. have already turned 3. Can they possibly turn 4? That would be a beautiful thing for Strom and the Royals. Outfield arms are strong. Be hard for Locane in center field to throw out the runner at second base and Springer, who runs well. Alex has a shot at him, and so does Paulo.
A little bit inside, not much. Correa's right on the plate, so that made it look a lot farther inside than it was. Threw it by him.
Strom can get through this inning. This will be a big confidence builder for him. He needs it. And that's some movement on that. That ball had some hair on it.
On the ground to Mustakis.
Turn it, Chesler.
Out at second.
Oh, no. Kind of a high throw.
Yep.
Little bit of a high throw there. It just pulled Chesler off, and he had to go back and touch the base. Can't afford to not get an out on that situation at all. Oh man, you know, when he runs, you can see he's an above average runner. Would have been tough. It had to have been just clean right to him to turn it. Chesler has plenty quick enough hands to have rolled that over had the throw not taken him to the first base side of the bag.
Salvy's probably getting everyone together to talk about a potential double steal here.
Yep, it's always good to talk it out in case something happens ahead of time. And as an infielder, you've got to know ahead what's going to happen. The pitch ahead, 2 pitches ahead. You got to know.
And he may be saying, I like this matchup, lefty-lefty. So don't anyone get out of position and go and cover. Because the runner at first base doesn't matter right now.
Gonna have to be careful though, as he took a Duffy fastball deep on the first pitch last night. Don't throw it down the middle, keep it off the plate. Ooh, yeah.
Good spot. 95 at the knees. Close enough. Runner takes off from first, so that takes care of that. The Royals were not holding Correa, so that was part of the decision process there. Let's not worry about him. No stolen base. 1-1. 2-1. Well, the inning isn't over. I'm with you, Hud. I was thinking the same thing you were thinking. If Strom can get out of this, what a huge boost that would be for him headed back to Kansas City.
Yeah, and they basically made the bullpen around Strom. But he's an important piece of that bullpen for the Royals.
Look out. I mentioned on Friday that the Astros this year, a year later than a lot of other teams, added netting above the dugout. And it's a good thing because that kept that bat from going into the seats.
So Altuve, who's on the top step there, brings the bat out like a bad boy, and for him, I had to do a double take for a minute. But there's not many bad boys that have dirt on their uniform. He's the best. Make a pitch here. Cheese at the knees.
96. 95 with that fastball. One of the reasons the Royals were so excited about Matt Strahm, aside from having a good arm and having a good arsenal of pitches, was how he was able to bear down and toughen up in situations like this.
Power on power. It's almost a little bit too much to the plate there. McCann just taking a shot to left field. The Crawford box is on that one. He knows that he doesn't have to turn on one and pull it to get one out of there.
Just made contact. In situations like this, Matt Strahm last year, with the opponent having runners in scoring position, they were just 2 for 19. So as the situation got tougher, so did Matt Strahm. Here's the 10th pitch of this at bat. And it's high for a walk. I don't mind that pitch right there. I mean, he had McCann, who's a veteran, as you say, in swing mode, and maybe a little too high to be tempting for McCann, but that's not a pitch McCann is going to win the game with.
Nope. That was a confrontation there won by the veteran, but he didn't give in.
A lot of adrenaline in that situation, and Strahm was breathing heavy and fired up. And so Salvi goes out there, give him a chance to catch his breath, settle down, and focus on the next hitter. An infield single, an intentional walk, and a non-intentional walk to load the bases in the bottom of the 12th. Slider for a strike.
Yep, going to need that secondary pitch there. You can't just go up there and challenge this guy with heaters. He's got a quick bat, and he's an excellent baseball player, is Gaddis. Throw the little wrinkle in there. He's got an occasional change, but he's mainly fastball slider.
Nothing fancy about Gaddis. He just grabs the bat, no batting gloves. Very unorthodox stance.
Yep. He's the kind of player you'd call a throwback player.
Two and one. He looks like a guy that you walk up to and you take the axe out of his hands and you say, okay, instead of hitting the tree, this is called a bat, and you're going to try and hit that white ball that's coming out of the pitcher's hand.
Yeah. Well, see what happens here. Pressure situation, but you don't want to feel it if you're strong. He's got to work his way through this one here. Nowhere to put it. Got to use the defense. You got to pitch to him.
$32,411. Trying to add some heat to the situation. Foul back. That was borderline. Runners are going, but the only one who matters is the runner at third. And
The road trip began with bases loaded walks being a problem, and the road trip ends on a bases loaded walk. Our Honda play of the game, Evan Gattis walking in George Springer. The Astros avoid the sweep, and they win today 5-4. Back to Houston in a moment.